Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ashwin, Nirmal. We are waiting for some time to join other participants. Okay.
Hello everyone. We are waiting for other participants to join. We'll wait for a few more minutes and then we'll start the session. Thank you. Till then, do follow us on our social media platforms. I've shared the link in the chat box. Thank you. Hello, Krishna. Everyone, just to let you know, we are waiting for other participants to join. And till then, you can follow us on our social media platforms. I've shared the link to our LinkedIn, Facebook page, Meetup communities, a YouTube channel. Please do follow us on our social media platforms till then. We'll start the session in few minutes. We will start the session in 5 minutes. Start the session by 10:15. Thank you. Hello and welcome everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Shubh, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Um, hello, I'm Shubh Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, if you have any queries, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. The topic for today is SC-5006 Enhanced Security Operations by using Microsoft Security Copilot. Um, This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, which are persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. The journey begins with this is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then progresses to advanced role based certification, and finally to expert level certification. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Nagpur, Gujarat, and Indore. If you are interested to join this community, please log into Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. We are thrilled to have Mr. Om Prakash Pandey as our today's speaker. He is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for this webinar is Introduction to Microsoft Security Copilot, threat detection in AI insights, automating incident investigations, response and remediations with AI assistance, best practices and real-world scenarios, and Q&A and interactive demo. This is the 8 hours of learning plan, which includes one-day webinar, self-learning plan, mentoring and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more about this, please connect with us. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement badges for SC-5006, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share the badge on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. Mhm. Participants are expected to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. I would like to take a moment to share some information about the certification workshops we conduct at Synergetics. This Saturday webinars you have been attending are designed to give you a brief overview and summary of the full course content. However, the actual certification training programs for these courses run over 4 days, and we are currently offering them at a special discounted rate exclusively for webinar attendees. On my screen, you can see the list of in demand certification courses we are currently focusing on. Uh, for more details, I'll share the contact of one of my colleague, Mr. Vivek Balasundaram. I'll share his uh, contact and email ID in the chat box. Do follow us on our social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, certifications, training we do. Thank you so much for listening to me. Now we'll hand over the mic to our speaker.
Thanks a lot, Shub. Thank you very much for sharing the critical information, critical updates for the team regarding Synergetics, regarding the courses that we are helping people with. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining on time. Thanks for your patience. And my screen is visible to you all, and you all can hear me clearly. Am I audible to you all? Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, you are audible clearly.
Is my screen visible to you all?
No, sir, I cannot see a screen. I can just see that you have shared something.
Okay.
I cannot see.
Let me try sharing it once again. Guys, is my screen visible now?
Mm. No, sir, I can just see a blank screen.
Sagar says he's
Mm.
able to see my screen.
Okay, sir. Go ahead if the screen is visible. I think I have
Yeah.
internet
Thank you
connection
guys.
problem. Yeah.
Okay. So on the chat, I can see number of people are saying it is visible. Thanks guys for the quick update. Welcome everyone to the session. As part of Shub's conversation, he was mentioning about the learning badges for SC-5006. Guys, as far as these badges are concerned, these are part of the large platform that we have, that is Microsoft Learn, where there are enormous amount of learning resources structured, organized in best possible way, which assists various learners to get onto new technologies faster at their own pace. There are smaller modules, respective learning paths, and for a given certification, we have specific customized learning path with appropriate assessments. Many of them have sandbox resources as well, where one can go and practice those things. So knowledge plus basic implementation skills is what you all can get from the Microsoft Learn environment. As part of today's session, Shub will be sharing the learning badges, but these are primarily just a kickstart on a lifelong learning journey. You can publish these badges onto LinkedIn, onto other relevant channels, which helps you to get started with your learning journey onto Microsoft platforms. Today's session is focusing on enhancing security operations using Microsoft Security Copilot, which will enable you handle number of complex scenarios, incidents, tickets, and how these things becomes easier with Microsoft Security Copilot. Most of y'all may have already done their initial chat GPT or initial learning from perspective of Security Copilot, and may have also seen a high cost which is involved over here. Now this is one of the key challenges which I would want to address during this session. Many organizations are looking from a cost perspective. They are not looking at what are the other objectives from perspective of handling customer objections, customer challenges at much more faster pace, being responsive, and all these resources are associated with new era technologies, new era implementations that you have, that is involving AI and generative AI based solutions. My name is Om Prakash Pandey. I am a Microsoft certified trainer, security solution architect. I have been delivering lot of architectures, solutions for various organizations. I have been part of various security audits as well, talking to various organizations, looking at their current infrastructure, current resources, and how do we make sure it is aligned to security objectives, compliance standards, governance, and taking care of these key resources available from Microsoft third party members, and how do we align all these things to achieve the security objectives specific to organization, specific to a domain that they are working on. As part of this course, Shubh has already mentioned the broad outline. Going into one more level below that, our focus in today's session is understanding the fundamentals of generative AI, which is foundation for copilots, which is foundation for security copilot as well. Understanding the details in terms of basic terminologies, what are copilot process prompts, how do we enhance the solution by asking right set of questions, what are the backend data stores which are helping us to provide this information. Here we will be looking at some of the core features of Security Copilot, look at standalone resources of Security Copilot, and also embedded experience of Microsoft Security Copilot. I am sorry, we will not be able to provide you a license environment. Here in this session, what I can take you all through is a simulated examples, simulated exercises, and I would need all of y'all, all attendees in this session, to try these things, practice these things during the session. Right? There are simple instructions being given, which makes it easier for us to try out and create these resources, work with these members in a smooth manner. So I would urge everyone, request everyone to leverage on these simulations. And once you all are thorough with this, once you all know how to work with these members, work with these resources, step number 2, you all can try this out in Azure free trial, your own Security Copilot resource over there and work with the members within that environment. I already mentioned about the significance of Learn Profile. SC-5006, this is one of the applied skills that we have in the complete portfolio. There are a lot of other certifications, especially when we look at Microsoft security certifications. In recent times, Microsoft has come up with a lot of certifications, and if you look at some of these certifications, starting off with SC-900, which is security fundamentals. We have security operations, which primarily focuses on Microsoft Defender XDR. SC-300, which focuses on Entra ID P2 license, which targets a lot of advanced features that we have within Entra ID P2 license. SC-400, which should be getting deprecated soon, followed by SC-401, which is a certification paper focusing on data governance and how we can create these resources, work with these members. Once we have done these certifications, SC-200, SC-300, we are eligible for SC-100, which is Microsoft Cyber Security Architect. Like Shubh was mentioning about, you all can connect with our colleague Bala, who can help you all with other certification details, their schedule, and how one can go and attend those sessions. As part of applied skills, the current applied skill that we are focusing on is using Security Copilot, which is one of the components of SC-200. The approach which Microsoft is using right now, like I mentioned about the learn modules, the learning path mapped to the respective ARB. Similarly, most of these certification papers that I am talking about, SC-200, 300, 400, all of these will have multiple applied skills inside that, multiple applied skills mapped to it. As the name suggests, these applied skills are deep dive implementation focused resources. So as an individual, you get to learn not just a theoretical aspect, but also implementation areas. Keeping this context in mind, let's proceed ahead. As part of our environment, we'll be using a lot of lab simulations as well. Let me share you all the respective link. You all can keep this link handy, because most of our simulations that we are talking about, these simulations will be from the same resource. As we go ahead, I will share other relevant links with all of you all. You all can try out these things. Okay, let's proceed ahead. I've shared respective links on the chat and I will share more as I go ahead. My recommendation to all of you all would be make sure you all use Notepad, OneNote or any other document tool to capture all the links, capture all simulated environment resources at one place so that you all can practice read these things as and when required. Once you'll have redeemed the badge, you'll be able to see it in the achievement section, which modules, which courses you all have been through. You all will be able to see that information over there. This was quick introduction of the current module, the current applied skill. I have my colleague Sagar on the chat. He can assist you all with any questions, doubts, queries you all might have. You all can post the question on the chat. Let's proceed ahead. Let's look at security operations and how it can be simplified and managed by using Microsoft Security Copilot. I already mentioned the learning path agenda. If you see the key resources being used, that is fundamentals of generative AI. This is a foundational technology behind the scene. Will not take much time on that. Our primary focus would be Security Copilot. Now, since this is a day-long session, continuous speaking on all the topics may not be feasible. That's why, like I mentioned, I would need you all to also do the hands-on, which is mapped with every topic as we go ahead. Let's start with the first module, understanding the significance of generative AI. As far as generative AI is concerned, as the name suggests, here what we are targeting towards is generating set of information, generating set of solutions on the incidents or the challenges which has happened in recent times on our underlying environment, on the underlying infrastructure or the applications which has been deployed. What could be the reason for it and how one can go and solve that problem. If you look at today's customer service or incident management, customers will pay only if we have only if they are getting one of the best SLAs. In sense, how quickly a given organization can answer those questions, answer those queries, have right solution, have right fix. If there are any SLA breaches, there are challenges in terms of renewing the contract going ahead. So we'll have to be very careful as a service provider. So one approach over here could be hiring specialists who are Entra ID specialists, who are Sentinel specialists, who are security solution specialists. But after hiring and paying these people, what is the advantage that we are getting? Because on a day-to-day basis, we will not have these issues, right? This could be once in 6 months or once in 2 months or once in a week, once in a month. we don't know. So getting a resource onboarded and not optimally using that resource, that also is a question. Now in these kind of scenarios, what organizations have done is they are creating a model, a large language model, which I would not say is a replacement, but becomes an assistant for a average knowledge person, right? Where we have got the documentation, we have got information from other sources being mapped correctly, so that we can quickly answer these questions, answer these queries, and make sure we have the customer problem being solved at a fastest pace. That's the key objective of using a generative AI over here. Now, what is this generative AI? If you look at artificial intelligence, the primary purpose of artificial intelligence is to create an assistant, create a individual, which is like a robot, right? Which can perform tasks of an individual by scanning different knowledge sources, scanning the current environment, log files that you have, getting all the relevant information from that, and providing a right kind of solution to it. Whether to take that solution or not, whether to apply that solutions or not, that is something which a administrator or a human being will be taking a final call on. Now, once it comes to this name generative AI, this primarily is a subset of artificial intelligence which creates content to a response to a natural language prompt that we are mentioning. And when I'm mentioning about the natural language prompt, here this natural language could be based on image, based on text, based on the log information or the error code that we might have received, right, from our current environment. We can specify or share this information over here. If we look at normal scenarios as well, like writing a cover letter for job application, or creating an image for a florist business, generating a Python code, PowerShell code, CLI script for solving a given problem, right? So ranging from day in day out basic assistant jobs to a specialized kind of code, all these things can be done using generative AI. So as far as this AI is concerned, AI is trying to emulate a human being. It is trying to simulate or create a resource or from a thinking point of view as a human being, right? So all your prior experiences, prior incidents that we have, we can provide that information to a AI model, and it can help us with quick responses or solutions for a given problem. As far as models are concerned, there are two primary types of models. One is your large language models, and second is your small language models, that is LLMs and SLMs. If you see the current environment, our basic resource that we have right now, which is having the complete infrastructure in terms of virtual machines, IaaS based services, where we have network resources, where we have virtual machines, where we have virtual machine skill sets. I'm talking from an Azure infrastructure point of view. Along with this, we also have multiple PaaS services, which involve SQL database, Azure Key Vault as a service, backup and recovery services, recovery service vault, right? So there are a lot of IaaS and PaaS components which are involved over here. Now, using these IaaS and PaaS components, we have built our application infrastructure, application resource. We have our code running on top of it. We have other third party components being added here, and something goes wrong. So how do I know where this issue has happened? It has happened on the core infrastructure level inside a virtual machine, on the operating system, on a specific application component, on a development environment, or is it because of a third party non compatible security solution being used? Where is the problem? How do I know that? Now, for these kind of complex scenarios, SLM may not make sense. Small language model will not make sense. That's where because the number of parameters that we are evaluating it on are pretty large. And whenever we have such hyper parameters, that's where your LLMs would make sense. Large language models would make sense. Now, these LLMs are a specialized type of machine learning model which can accept information using natural language, basic details, and help us work with that resource. Right? So it can help us in number of ways, doing sentiment analysis, text summarization, comparing between multiple text sources, generating newer information like mentioned in the previous slide. So if you want to not just create a security solution but also summarize it, generate an email which can be sent to the team lead, project manager, to the customer, right? And now if you see each and every individual which I was mentioning about, they may expect information in a different tonality, in a different format. Say for example, a customer may not need lot of technical details behind the scene, whereas if I'm giving it to my project manager or if I'm giving it to my tech lead, there I would need more technical information, right? So when it comes to generative AI, based on the context being given, based on the system prompts or the initial inputs being given, it will tune things accordingly, create things accordingly. Now how does it do? What are the components which helps or manages to do these things in the back end? So here what we have within a large language model, it uses something called as transformers, right? Now like I said, it is simulating a human being. So if I hire an intern, if I hire somebody from just raw out of college, which the guy has basic compute experience, right? I hire somebody from college. So what is my first thing to do? Hello Om Prakash, hello Shubh, whatever name one would want to take, hello Krishna, right? So once that person joins, we say, Shubh, these are the documents which is being used by my organization. These are the recent incidents that we have gone through, segregated customer wise, date wise, technology wise. Please go through this, keep it handy, create a repository of it. These are the set of complaints which customers have raised. These are the timelines when these complaints have been raised. Do analyze it, come up with your own study, right? So what we are sharing is the complete knowledge sources or data sources with that new person. Right now I'm taking example of Shubh over here. Now that aspect is our training text, right? And this will take time. If I give wrong information to Shubh, right, I cannot expect the right answer from him. And when he joins the organization, I'll have to be very clear what will be his role, what will be his JD, correct? That's called a system context or system prompts. Now once that training text is being done, now whatever is happening in the transformer model is something which is happening inside Shubh's brain. So here I don't know how Shubh is going to store all this information, but once it comes to generative AI, for every term being used, the technical resources being used, it maps it to relevant numbers behind the scene. Because storing verbose information or textual information takes more space, and recalling that will be difficult, mapping to a specific question. So here what you will have is, you have vector database, vector embedding, mapping to each of these numbers over here, and this is how the data is being stored. From once the training is completed, the next aspect over here would be inferencing or asking for details. So Shub, can you help me with this information? This is the challenge which I have, this is the problem which I am facing. Can you provide the right set of details for it, right? So I will give a input prompt. So Shub will go ahead, do the required verification, do the required checking. Now it's up to Shub once again. So if he has not saved this information correctly, it will create a problem. But if he has organized things in a right manner, in appropriate files, folders, right, he'll be able to write a query, or he will be able to fetch that information faster. What he will do is something called as searching, and after searching that information, he will not throw back at me all the links, hyperlinks and other details. He'll say, oh Prakash, this is what you wanted, I have summarized it for you, and this is your information. Exactly same thing I'm expecting from the transformer model, using RAG based implementation, using the LLM model behind the scene. It can help me fetch data, provide me that information. Now look at Shubh and his response. Every time I ask the same question, will he give same response? The answer is no. See, the sum and substance or the gist of it may remain the same, but the answer may not be exactly the same. That's how human being behaves, because they are creating or generating that information. I'm not saying it is right or wrong. There are a lot of people who can who are specialists and who can just bug up things and just spit out the same information every time you ask the same question. There are people like that, but and on an average, a human being may not give you the exact words or exact sentences. The gist of it or the overall aspects may remain same. Exactly same way your transformer model behaves. So there are semantics behind the scene, the dimensions that we have based on the way how the data is being saved. You may get a similar kind of detail, but not exactly same sentences or not exactly same statements. That would differ from individual. Now, once it comes to this large language models, what they are doing, like I mentioned earlier, they store all these things as tokens. Each token will have a specific number to it. What is the value that is being mapped? What is the number which is being mapped? And when a question is being asked, they look at these tokens. They look at how this information was being stored. Apart from this, if you look at apart from this, if you also look at various details here, these tokens are being mapped, tokens are being associated. These tokens are being associated with the exact words that we are using. And if you go to Azure, AWS or other models, you all might see that each of these models are charging based on how many tokens are being used. Okay, so even this is part of the pricing model or pricing resource that is being mapped over here. In terms of embedding, like I mentioned earlier, it uses a vector database. So when I was saying you may not get the exact response every time you ask that question, is because of the way how things are being saved, right? So if you ask Shop as a human being, his answer may change depending upon the mood, right? That or the amount of work that this person has done throughout the day. That is not true in context of LLMs. You can answer the same question, ask the same question millions of times, no problem there, right? But the way how statements are crafted might differ because of the way it is being said. So it is stored based on associations between these tokens, association between these members, and that's the purpose. That's the significance of vectorized database. So if you see the large language models and the way how things work, so once the data training text is being mentioned, they are tokenized, they are stored based on association. Next aspect will be mentioning the prompts. So what is the goal that we have? Predict token, represent I heard a dog as vector, assign heard and dog more weightage. What is the tokens over here? So there is a sequence in terms of barking. So it starts building association, how these things are related to each other, right? Relativity between these terms being used. That's how these nodes or these components are mapped in the backend. Now one would say, Om Prakash, whatever you are saying does make sense. It does make sense to us. But once it comes to creation of these resources, how do I do that? What are the ways and means of mapping this resource? So one way is we can go for open AI based models. We can have specialized models as well, like Hugging Face and other resources. So depending upon our requirement, you can choose any of these members. Let me first, I have already discussed about the need for LLMs, what is the core purpose of it and how these things are working in the backend. Let me show you all the Azure environment over here from perspective of OpenAI and the model catalog inside our environment. Anyone who already have Azure subscription, you all can try this with me. Log in into your Azure environment. Check for OpenAI and let's create a Azure OpenAI instance over here. When we are creating any Azure resources, we need to group them into a resource group. Whichever location we might want to choose. What is the pricing tier we would want to mention for this? In case we want to add any kind of security over here, how you want to allow access to this instance, it should be within a specific network. Just give it a moment. This does not take much time. And this is one of the past services that we are leveraging over here. Okay, so once we have our resource ready, here you all can go to AI Foundry portal. Earlier we had something called as AI Studio that has been discontinued. Now what you all can use over here is AI Foundry portal. Anybody has any questions, you all can put it on the chat. So let's go ahead, and here within your chat playground, here we can see a model catalog. What are the pre-existing OpenAI models available? So here you all can see examples of LLM based models like GPT 4.1, GPT, and also examples of SLM models like GPT 4o mini, O1 mini, right? So these are set of pre-existing OpenAI based models. To try these things out, we can take up a deployment from here. We can initiate a deployment from here, choose whichever model we would want. Say I want to go for GPT 4o for task completion, task as chat completion, combining text, images, audio. For O is giving an issue here. Let me try for GPT 4.1. I think I have to change the location because on the given location I don't have enough quota on this Southeast Asia. Not an issue, but what I was trying to showcase was from perspective of LLMs and SLMs and how one can create that. Let's proceed ahead. So once it comes to your Azure OpenAI based models, so we can have Whisper, DALI, GPT based models like we saw right now. And once you create that deployment, within that, then you can go ahead, specify your system prompts, specify resource you'd want to train that model. Then we can go ahead with other models using AI Foundry as a resource. Let me go to Azure AI Foundry. Whatever name we want to mention, let me use East US 2. Right, so here you'll see more details in terms of security, identity management, encryption. Let's go ahead, create a resource. Just give it a moment. So once our resource gets created, we can see lot of non-open AI based models over here. These are open AI models: Whisper, TTS, DaVinci. It's taking slightly longer. So like we mentioned, so here you can see Hugging Face, Mistral, Microsoft AI components, AI models. So you can see all the available models at one place. Not just that, we can see comparison between models based on various parameters, so that it becomes easier for us to decide which of these models we would want to go for. So we should be able to see the API key over here, and here you can see the model dashboard. So from quality perspective, O3 Pro, safety perspective 5.4, cost perspective one can go for Ministral 3B, and throughput, fastest throughput is Grok 3 Mini. If you look at the models available here, the LLMs available here, we have Codex, DeepSeek, Mistral, Llama, DaVinci. So depending upon what kind of tasks or resources one would want to create, you have Meta Llama model from Meta over here, which we can create within our current environment. Speech recognition, we have Whisper. So we can go to the content playground, create an instance, create a deployment of this resource, and work with those members. So here in the playground, we should be able to see the appropriate models over here. We can create deployment over here from the base model. We have OpenAI based models, Grok model, Mistral model, Llama, DeepSeek. So once we have our models created, now this model, like I said, is like a fresh recruit, fresh person within our organization. So depending upon whatever parameters, whatever data sources that we are mentioning, we can train this model and then expect appropriate responses from it. So what could be the system instructions or system prompt that you want to mention? What would be the other prompts or queries that you want to mention? You can see it as part of our prompt samples. So this is primarily in terms of understanding what these models are, how do you work with them within Azure environment. I did mention about SLMs earlier, LLMs versus SLMs. This slide should give more information regarding the same. So if you look at your LLMs trained with large volumes and general text data, billions of parameters, like I mentioned about the security environment. Similarly, within a manufacturing environment, within BFSI segment, right, you will be large enterprises, you will be using LLMs over there. Large size can impact performance, portability. For fine tuning the model, it might take big amount of time. So OpenAI, GPT-4, Mistral 7B, Meta Llama, these are some of the examples of LLMs. Whereas if you look at SLMs, now one would say, Om Prakash, whatever you mentioned, most of these examples that comes to our mind are LLMs only. So when do you go for SLMs? When do I go for GPT, Neo, or mini kind of models? If you're looking at small organizations, right? When I say small organizations or specific departments within an organization, they can go for SLMs, small hotel management or uh, playground management, right? So there where you have less number of parameters to work with, less amount of data to be trained. In those scenarios, we can leverage on SLMs. So before I proceed ahead, anyone, any questions from perspective of what is LLM, what is SLM, what are generative AI resources, what is AI resources? Anyone, any questions there? Put up your questions on the chat. I don't see any questions as yet. Sure. So, Umesh, once it comes to your LLM based models, any of your scientific researches that we are doing, that is generating new models for molecular formulas, drug discovery, all these are examples of LLMs. Working with multiple sensors, capturing information from sensors, training from that sensor based models, these are all part of your LLM models. Small society management or working with basic legal documents from a specific scenario point of view, that will be part of your SLM based models. Let's proceed ahead. So guys, once it comes to LLMs and SLMs, these are some things which is good in terms of understanding machine learning models, fine tuning, but this requires lot of statistical knowledge, mathematical knowledge. This requires developer experience, right? So that we can go and create these models, understand things like ML ops, machine learning algorithms, because without knowing these things, creating, choosing a right model, training it, fine tuning it will become difficult, right? And then using it within a specific applications, using .NET as a programming language, Java as a programming language, or Python as a programming language, right? So there's a lot of prerequisites that is required for using these LLMs and SLMs. What Microsoft has done is, Microsoft has simplified this resource for us by giving something called as copilots. So as far as this copilot is concerned, copilot is a term coined by Microsoft, or I would say this is a term being used extensively by Microsoft for providing their LLM based generative AI solution for different applications, different productivity solutions that Microsoft is giving. So you'll be able to see copilots being available almost everywhere, whether it is on the basic operating system, window based operating system, server side environment, client OS, or if you look at Azure environment, whether you look at your Azure portal, whether you look at your Power Platform resources, Microsoft 365 environment, almost every on the Bing site as well, almost every place you will see these Copilot resources. So what is this Copilot? This is primarily a generative AI powered assistant which is embedded into our application as a chat interface. You can ask any questions, any information or challenge that you see over here. You can specify your questions over here. Now once we ask this question, depending upon where you are, what you are doing, it provides contextual assistance. Now once it comes to your business users, from business users point of view, it can help them to enhance their productivity, and for small tasks or small concerns or issues, we don't have to rely on specialists, right? From a broad perspective, if we need any kind of quick steps or quick fix for a challenge, we can get those details from a copilot. If we have if you are looking at a security team where we have L1, L2, L3 kind of resources, for their day in day out challenges, for their day in day out issues, how we can make them faster productive, how we can make sure with less amount of time being involved, they are still able to provide sufficient solution steps, and they can implement some of these steps on their own as well, right? So there we can leverage on copilots. So if you look at the developers, end users, we already understood. From a developer point of view, we can have plugins. Developers can extend these copilots to create respective plugins. They can associate them with the business data, associate them with appropriate business processes, guide the end users saying how this can be made better. So you already have default copilot solution, but developers can make it even better by extending it, by adding more resources behind the scene. For custom copilot, here what Microsoft provides is called as Copilot Studio. copilotstudio.microsoft.com. So it gives a complete pre-built environment over here, where we can create our own agents, where we can create our own resources over here, and using these resources we can extend pre-existing copilot. This is what I was mentioning about. What is pricing model for Azure AI Foundry? which is verifying the documentation, verifying all the other resources where pricing model is being mapped, and it gives the relevant details for that. Serverless API pricing, commitment tiers. There are two primary ways how billing model for services is being mapped. What are commitment tiers available for Azure AI Foundry? So it also helps you with right set of prompts, right set of questions. So what is your workload requirement? Which services are we going to use over here? Which features we are going to map over here? So which model will be good for image generation? So there could be multiple questions over here where it says, oh Prakash, I'm sorry, the question that you are asking is not part of my context, right? The current questions which I am asking is relevant to the topic I am working with. So it says DALI and GPT image. These are good model for within AI Foundry which can help me generate images. So once it comes to Copilot, this is an assistant that we are using, and this assistant can help us to work with our resources, help us quickly get the required details from the underlying environment. Apart from this, like I mentioned earlier, we have standard Copilot interface as well. So here if you all see, I have work, I have web, I can help you recap and prepare for the meetings. This is web based interface, web resources, any generic kind of tasks which I want to do. Help me with SC-5006 batch. Session content, session assignment. Can you see this? Now this is something which is not a generic information. This is a specific information because today I have a session scheduled and I'm already in that session. So 26th of July from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. This session has been scheduled for me. You were requested to share your bio and session agenda by Shubh Parmar, entering feedback, what are the support files which is being shared, team coordination, right? Whatever emails and other resources which I might have received, I can see all that information over here. Or I can see all the relevant emails over here. it would also have the meeting invite which was being sent by Shubh for this batch. So all these things which is relevant to my work. So where is it picking this information from? It is picking this information from Exchange environment, that is my email solution, picking it from um, Outlook resources, right? Picking information from Microsoft 365 members, wherever I have permissions, wherever I have access, people, contacts, all that information is being collated and brought to me at one place. Behind the scene, what it is using is something called as Microsoft Graph, right? So this is what is the significance of Copilot. This is how it works. Let's go to the next section here. So some of the examples which I have showed you was AI on AI with work, AI in Microsoft 365. I spoke about that. Similarly, you have AI enablement in Dynamics, Fabric. I showed example of AI in Microsoft Azure. Same kind of details you will find in Security Copilot. And if you see the UI over here, this is how it look like. Prompts to try, application assignments, cloud architecture guidance, Defender, device ownership, device group membership. It is showing what would be the set of channels, what would be the prompts that one can try out. Please be careful. Do I have permissions to do all these things? I'm not sure, because you may be able to do all these things with permissions enabled, but you may be able to do all these things without permissions. Sorry guys, I had some network connectivity issue. Is my screen visible to you all? Can you all hear me? Thank you. So let's proceed ahead. So I was mentioning about some of the examples of Copilot. So Copilot on web, that is through Bing as a resource. I have Microsoft 365 Copilot within my environment, right? Similarly, we can have Dynamics integration of Copilot over there, Fabric, Microsoft Azure. I showed an example of that. Same way, we have GitHub Copilot, and this GitHub Copilot can help us auto-complete or generate some of the code that one would want, which is more relevant from a developer point of view. Similarly, we have Security Copilot, and you can see some of the examples over here. cloud architecture guidance, config issues, defender incident summary, critical sentinel incidents, device ownership, device status, right? So it can also connect to our Entra ID as a resource where all the devices has been registered. Microsoft Defender XDR. It can connect to Sentinel as a resource, Log Analytics as a resource. So it's up to us. How do you want to integrate all these members together? So when you look at your SQL database, within SQL database, what we do is we write queries. Select start from employees where location is equal to Mumbai. So what it will do is it will go to the respective tabular rows columns, fetch relevant details from there. Correct? Whereas if you look at the query mechanism or the way of how one can interact with the underlying environment is based on prompts. So here what we have to do is we have to mention the system message, system prompt, which will tell which is like a JD, which I mentioned earlier for Shubh. So this is like a JD. So you are a helpful assistant who's specialized in security solutions. That's the primary setting being done for Security Copilot. Whereas if you look at Microsoft 365 Copilot, the basic system setting over here would be you are an efficient business productivity manager. So based on the system, it will start generating the response accordingly. So what is the specific goal that you want this Copilot to perform? Provide a source to ground the response in specific scope of information. Now this is a very, very important member, guys. That is called as grounding. Now when it comes to generation of information, generation of resources, here the data is available locally and the data is also pulled from outside. When it comes to grounding, grounding as a name suggests is mixing both these data together. Fetching the information from outside, checking the context, checking the local information, mixing both of these things together and generating the final response for it. So you are a helpful assistant. It might reply back saying, Om Prakash, how can I help you? Summarize the key points that I have, key points inside a given document, key points of a specific meeting which I have recently attended. Can you tell me the details of that? So in a summarized manner. So it can provide all those information. In terms of extending Copilot, I already mentioned about the Copilot Studio, which is a low fully managed hosted SaaS service. I can have foundational orchestration over here, like I was talking about, system prompts, training of the model, specifying appropriate data sources, and then asking relevant questions. That's actually referred as conversational orchestration. How step by step we can make our assistant ready, assistant available, trained for performing some of the specific tasks or activities. So once the customized environment is ready with new data sources being mapped, we can publish it through our web applications, social channels, Teams environment for our end users. I already mentioned about the AI Studio, where we can choose a specific model and fine tune that by using ML ops, machine learning operations, or create a new ML resource, map those members over here. It is faster, less expensive. You can fine tune it with your own data, right? So you can, depending upon the requirement, you can choose between how do you want to create a custom model using Copilot Studio or using Azure AI Studio. So before we take a first break, let me close off with this module. So what are large language models? Anyone who can help me with respective answer for this? Models that can work with one language, models that can work with small amount of data, or it is the third one, models that can use deep learning to process and understand natural language. Sham, Yusuf, Umesh, most of them have the which is the right answer. Thank you guys. So like we mentioned earlier, you have SLMs and LLMs. LLM primarily helps you with massive scaling hyperparameters. Let's go for the next one. What is an example of a potential task in generative AI? Monitoring the temperature, creating a draft email, collecting real-time and second one. Okay. So I can see mixed answers here. That's good to see. Plenty of them are talking about the second one, creating a draft for an email, which is the right answer. Let's go for the what is the potential impact of copilots, applications using professional settings. They can use for certain natural language like text summarization, or they can help you with lot of other stuff like first draft creation, information synthesis, strategic planning. So I can see a lot of them have given answer as B, the second one. That's the right answer. Thank you guys for participation. We'll stop here, take a quick break. Before we go into deep dive of the next module describing Microsoft Security Copilot, everyone grab a cup of tea or coffee. Let's assemble back in 15 minutes, 1-5. Welcome back, everyone. Before the break, we discussed about quick understanding of SC-5006. What are the modules over here? What is the significance of applied skill? What are other certifications that we have for security? And then we got into details of generative AI. What are specific models over here, LLMs, SLMs? What are examples of those models? I showed some hands-on from perspective of Azure portal, how one can create resources mapping to open AI models and non-open AI models as well. We looked at the internal in terms of transformation, storing vectorized data stores using tokens in the backend. We discussed about much more simplified of these SLMs by using Copilot as a resource, and Microsoft slowly and steadily across all their productivity apps, all their existing end user solutions, developer solutions, business user solutions, almost at every place they are infusing chat-based option-based resources, which makes it easier for us to work with these members to help us access these LLM-based resources at much more faster pace. At the same time, all the information that is available is in relevant context, relevant mapping. So it becomes easier for us to fetch these details and look at these data grounded, mapped to our context, our information. Let's go to the next model. Let's go to the next module, that is describing Microsoft Security Copilot. Since the focus of this session is Security Copilot, we'll go into more details of that. As this module, what we are going to look at is the key elements inside Security Copilot process prompts. What are the resources that we have behind the scene? What are the key terminologies being used? And how one can get started with Microsoft Security. In the first module, we discussed the LLMs, we discussed about the open AI resources. Once it comes to Microsoft Security Copilot, this is primarily backed up by powerful LLMs, but it is being customized, it is being enhanced, keeping in mind the security specific model. Now, since Microsoft has its own set of solutions, its own set of security solutions, everyone might consider saying everything that will come out of this resource will be only within the context of Microsoft Security, which is not true. Here, it also looks at non-Microsoft logs collated by Splunk or third-party firewalls, Barracuda, or any other resource, right? All those members, all those entities also are being considered while giving the solution. If you have the Copilot members, it learns at machine speed, which is high efficiency, checks for pre-existing threats, pre-existing resources within our environment. Plus, it also has an eye on what are the emerging threats. So from Microsoft Security Operations, it downloads information from there, looks at what products and services we are using, and provides us with solutions, any future kind of corrective measures, preventive measures that one should implement. All those things are being mapped at a single place. When it comes to our enterprise data, it helps us in managing comprehensive enterprise compliance and security controls. So at beginning of my session, I mentioned about broad compliance expectations specific to a domain, BFSI domain, manufacturing domain, retail sector, right? So keeping that perspective in mind, it has to look at what is the current context and what are the solutions available. Just give me a moment. So while looking at these third party solution, one of the important resources which I would recommend all of you all to go through is referred as MISA, Microsoft Intelligent Security Association. And here what we all can see is what are the products, security products from Microsoft, which I was referring to: Azure DDoS protection, Azure Firewall, Web Application Firewall, Defender for Business, Defender for Cloud, Cloud Apps, Defender for Endpoint, Defender for Identity, Defender for Office 365, Microsoft Purview, Microsoft Intra ID, Intune, Priva, Microsoft Sentinel, Microsoft Purview, e-discovery, information management, risk management, DLP. So this is the complete stack of security solutions by Microsoft. So when I was saying people would be expecting all security solutions coming out of these members, and logs will be capturing information only from these products. Which is not true, because there are a lot of other third party vendors which can be successfully integrated with Security Copilot. If we have any mapping being done, any resources being mapped, Juniper or Lookout, Lightstream, Netscope, you'll see large sale point, you'll see large number of being mapped over here. Resources from IBM as well, Zscaler. So there are a lot of pre-existing members, pre-existing partners where Microsoft has already associated with them, and any of their products, services, logs from there, even that information gets captured behind the scene within Security Copilot. Right? So that's what is the point number 2. Copilot integrates with Microsoft and non-Microsoft sources. So I showed you all both these areas, what are Microsoft security solutions and non-Microsoft security solutions. Now once it comes to working with these solutions, working with these entities, what will it actually do? Right? So it will do insight. Something has gone wrong. Tell me what is the actual problem area. Can you dig deeper from the logs section, capture all that information, summarize these details. So in terms of security alerts, actionable summaries, what should be done to help us resolve this? What is the impact analysis? Which machines may have compromised or which services may have been compromised? If we can get a input on that, so we can shut down those machines or quarantine those applications or machines, what would be the next steps that can be done? Step number 3, reverse engineering of scripts. So there is a specific script being executed, right? A third party software which has got executed. What is the actual impact of that, and how we can resolve or work on those areas? If we already have a PowerShell script, if we already have a CLI script or a bash script, what is the significance of that script? Which services or resources is going to update? And finally, respective guided responses. What would be a solution for it? So just telling about the problem, going into details of the problem, analyzing that problem is one aspect of it. Next thing that needs to be done is solution of this. So can you please give me a script which I can execute and that will solve the given problem? Do I have permissions on all the underlying resources to execute that script? May not be, but I can give that script or to my team lead who has permissions on those areas, and under that person's credential I can get the execution of that script being done. Do I also have a UI based approach? Can you help me with those screenshots so I can go to every screen, perform those specific actions on the portal or on the specific underlying environment to get this remediation done? Because if you see, many of these things, many of these mappings can be done on from the portal itself or using the CLI, PowerShell. So whichever approach suitable for us, we can ask for that. We can get appropriate guided responses for these members. So if you look at Security Copilot, there are two primary experiences over here. So one experience is the standalone experience where we have a dedicated site, like how I mentioned about copilot.microsoft.com. Same way, you have a standalone experience over here where we can see pre-existing prompts, where we can see some of the examples of these prompts, collation of these prompts using prompt books. We can see specific roles, plugins over here, how we can map these members at one place. So from a user point of view, they can go ahead, capture a screenshot of a problem area, paste it over here, specify or type a particular prompt. Now, I'm sure it's not mentioned over here, but just a caveat. As of now, Security Copilot is not as conversant or as simple to use as compared to your ChatGPT or other Copilot resources, because here it has to be more technical language rather than a generic English language. That's why will make more sense prompts for us, because commonly used prompts or how this underlying model is being trained for is already being mentioned over there. So my recommendation for now would be, if you are new to this environment, use pre-existing prompts, use prompt books over here, take some time to understand the approach, take some time to understand the language which is being used before you start writing your own prompt. Otherwise, many a times what actually has happened with me when I was trying to use a generic language, it does not understand what I'm asking, right? So instead of answering that question, it shows me 4 more prompts. Om Prakash, are you trying to ask something like this, or it is something else that you are looking for? Because this tool primarily will be used by administrators who are more technical in nature, more technology oriented. They know bits and pieces of the underlying components. This is not a productivity tool, correct? This is not like MS Office or a web-based interface where we are using a chat environment, correct? So it is trained in a slightly different way. So Initially it might look slightly problematic to work with, but as and when as we go ahead we get used to this environment, it will be simpler for us. Second experience that you have is a defender, sorry, embedded experience inside a defender environment. So here what you are seeing is a defender UI. So where you are standing right now, based on that the output will change. The context which is being mentioned, the context is where you are right now, which screen or which option you are working. You can capture those details, capture that information, capture the script, and it will generate the respective output for the scene. So it's up to us whether you want generic information or you want specific information. So if you're looking at an error code or a exception message which involves multiple components, in that scenario I will prefer going for a security portal, Copilot, security Copilot portal. If you are looking specific into this area like executing a query or executing a KQL command onto Sentinel within the Defender environment, that's where you can go for an embedded experience. Now once you start working with these security Copilot resources, there are different sections inside that. So first section would be the prompt that you have, where you can initiate a new session, specify your prompt request that you would want. In the back end, now this is something which is the front end. What should be the prompt being mentioned? All the sample prompts are already being given. Once it comes to your security Copilot in the back end, what you have is capability and plugins. So if you want to, if you want to use PowerShell, right? Earlier what we have done is we have added specific plugins over there. Same way you have to add plugins. Now what is this plugin consisting of? This plugin will consist of all the relevant prompts, all the relevant solutions and details regarding a specific product, which could be Microsoft Defender XDR, which could be Microsoft Intune, which could be endpoint management, right? Any of your pre-existing members, add those plugins over here so that it can help you generate a solution or pick details from those plugins. If you don't have those plugins being added, it will give you more generic information but not a specific solution which you might be looking for. As far as the orchestrator is concerned, this is something which works in created prompt and you have mentioned the prompt. In the background, it will it will initiate an orchestrator, and this orchestrator will help getting information from outside, correlate with members within your environment, and generate the final response for it. So if you see the complete orchestration process over here, how this works: the user submits a prompt, it will take that, the security Copilot will take the request, and this request is given to the orchestrator, which will check the context, what is the environment, is it a generic information, specific information, what skills or plugins are being added in the background. It will verify all of it. Based on that, build the context, build the plan, how we are going to go ahead, fetch information, add details within this. It goes to all the plugins in the backend to check for intelligent insights, what resources are being added. Now these plugins will also connect to the backend repositories of Intune or other resources to understand what are common known concerns, challenges or issues which are there, which would be a separate API which is on Microsoft side. So it gets information regarding of those product information. From a response point of view, it will combine both these data together, the data which is coming from outside and data which is available within our environment. So as far as this grounding is concerned, grounding primarily happens within your environment. Grounding is something which is happening within your environment. So once that is being done, it will send a response, and from user side, once it receives the response, we can go perform those actions, perform those activities, and see the final solution for the C. Right? So that's how it works. So I hope this makes sense for you all, how this works in the background, what are the components that we have. So like how you have your SQL queries, same way you have your prompts over here. So as far as the prompt details are mentioned, so here you have the goal, which is your system prompt. What is the security related information that you are looking for? Give me information about an incident number. What is the context that you have? For report, I can submit to my manager. Specify the expectations for it. What format? Do you want a Word document? Do you want a PDF? Do you want to create an email from this? Compile, compile the list, information in the list with a short summary, and what is the that you are looking for. Now, one will ask a question saying, Om Prakash, do I have to mention all these things? The answer is yes and no as well. Yes, because if you have this information, provide these details. It will be better, more elaborate you have. It will be better for Security Copilot to fetch this information, look at the details in right section, and give you relevant output for the C. If you don't have it available, not a problem. You may just start with the goal, specify the context, that's it. Look at what are the available sources that you have. Now the only challenge that happens in that scenario is the result being given is more generic in nature. But not to worry, in upcoming prompts it will show you what is the next thing that you can do. I have already given you an output, I have already given you a broad solution. If you want to make it specific, if you want to go into other details, be more precise, specify more prompts below, so I can make things easier for you, right? So this need not be a single line, or I would say it's not necessary it has to be done at one go. It can be broken up into small steps as well, and as we keep learning these things, we will understand the process, we will understand the approach over here. Now how do we use the Security Copilot? There are different ways, two major ways of doing it. So one way is you can purchase Security Copilot license. Second is you can enable this Security Copilot within your Azure environment. Or like I mentioned earlier, for our example in current session, I'm going to leverage on two primary resources over here. So one resource would be, I'll go to my Azure environment, I'll create a resource over here, and second is I would want all of us to use a simulated environment, because this is a costly resource, and if I don't delete that resource in some time, it will eat up all my MCT credits which I have received for this month, which I would not want to take a chance. So if you see the steps involved, I need to specify my Azure subscription. I'm already a Azure owner. I'm a subscription owner on my environment. MCT environment. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to provision this capacity through my Azure portal, right? That's what I'm going to do. Guys, just give me a moment. I want everyone to pay attention over here while I'm performing these steps. I don't want you all to try it out right now. Because if you forget to stop the resource or delete the resource, it is an expensive one. Okay, so here I have set up your Copilot capacity resource group. Let me take my existing resource group, generative AI resource group, capacity name, OMP OWS capacity. As of now, we don't have too many options where I can provision this resource. It is in Australia, Europe, UK, US. So what is my capacity region? So it is behind the scene providing me the compute power for USD per unit. So if you want to go into more details from the pricing perspective, you can check for details over here. So what is the billing process over here? Billing is calculated on hourly blocks based on provision capacity. 60-minute, it's not 60-minute increments, it's minimum of 1 hour. So if I create a resource right now, I will be charged for next 1 hour. So you can check for the pricing details. Let me move ahead. Overage limit, allow unlimited overage capacity, set maximum overage capacity limit 1 units per hour, which means if it is going beyond 1 unit, it will automatically stop. Monthly cost of $2,880 per month. This is for 1 unit. So as we keep increasing the storage units, so this is more like computational power. From storage perspective, we already have data being stored in log analytics and other data stores. So there is no storage, it's only compute. Let me initialize the capacity over here. Go to my resource. Let me go to the portal. So like how we had specific portal for AI playground. Right? So you can here go to the portal, complete the required set. Now what are steps involved in the setup? I don't know that. So I will learn with you all as I proceed ahead. Some part of the steps I am already aware about. So if you remember, we mentioned about the ownership, we mentioned about the missions, we mentioned about session, prompt book, prompt orchestration, plugins. Some aspects of it we are already aware about. So once you go inside the environment, you can start exploring those resources, exploring those options. If you see, sorry guys, just give me a minute. It's creating some issue because there are a lot of tokens over here within the same environment. Let me take a private window. So there is a token for multiple accounts over there. I have already approved here. I don't know why it's stuck. Finally, I don't know what's going wrong. So I'll have resources over here. OMP AWS. So is one unit which I have configured for now. So this is only for temporary purpose. I'm creating this resource and showing it over. I'll delete this. Continue with our. Okay, so let's proceed ahead. So I've got my environment here. So it says you can't sign in with a personal account. Use a work account instead. Okay, let me go back to Entra ID. I can use one of my users over here. Kirit Shah, Karan. Just give me a moment. Let me reset the password, re-login. Should hardly take a minute to set up the software in the authenticator environment. I already have authenticator app. So once I have logged in as this user, I have to promote it, provide specific permissions on the underlying environment. Right. So welcome to Security Copilot. What is the kind of look that you'd want? Light background, black background. Right. So you can see set of capabilities, set of pre-existing prompts in the center. Any kind of plugins that you already have or you want to add over here. This is my directory. This is the user that I have right now. Any settings that you want to map over here. So what are the pre-existing sessions that we have? In case you want to create a new session over here, help me with users in the Entra ID. Just give me a moment. Who's this guy? So I can make him a security admin, global admin. This user needs to have sufficient permissions to perform the role, perform the queries over here, or execute respective prompts which one would want. Okay. So right now what we have done is we have got the resource created. If you see the last point, this is what I was doing. So Security Copilot provides a usage monitoring dashboard for capacity owners. So the capacity owner right now is Amit. He needs to be given permissions on the underlying resources. So this user can go and fetch information, fetch details from the underlying platform. And this is what I have done. To set up a default environment, you need to have one of the following enter ID roles. So either making this user a global administrator or security administrator. In my case, what I have done is I have made Amit Jagtap, this user, as a security administrator. Right. So if you see options available here under owner settings, right? Under owner settings, you can specify additional privileges, additional details. Under manage workspace section, here you can see the pre-existing workspace information. What are pre-existing workspaces? That information you all can see over here. It's taking some time. Initially, we had not given appropriate permissions for Amit. So you can do a refresh or even log off login should work. Just give me one moment. Let me try sign out and signing once again. Copilot.microsoft.com. So you can see the amount of time it takes to set up the basic environment over here, creation of user. That's why it is easier to work with simulated environment. I've also captured the reset. It's taking slightly longer than expected. Let me proceed ahead. So like I was mentioning about, so once it comes to your default environment, within the default environment, you can specify the owner settings, right? And in our case, we have made it a made the user a security administrator. You can specify how many units you want to map over here, SCU capacity, what is the geographical location where the customer data is being collected and stored. Now, one of the challenges that people have brought up in most of my previous sessions is Om Prakash has hardly 3 or 4 places where we can create these resources as of now. What about companies who don't want to store their log information within outside their country, outside their region? So what is the solution for that? So guys, as of now, I don't see any direct solution available. As we go ahead, as Microsoft moves ahead, we may have more resources being created at other geographical locations. And this has been a common aspect which we have practiced or which we have seen for other SaaS services, right? So I would recommend, it might take some time for Microsoft to create resources in other locations. But for now, it is only available in 3 to 4 standard locations, that is Australia, US, UK, and there is one more, right? So these are some restrictions for now. This will get sorted out as we move ahead. Second important resource is the plugin settings, where we can specify which user would have appropriate permissions over here, and how are you going to manage them. So if you see the respective workspaces, I don't know why it's not selecting the capacity. I have already created the capacity in my environment. and this user Amit is already a security admin. So once it comes to your resource creation, we can add permissions over here, role assignment. So if you need to have multiple users over here within your environment, we can create that, and we can associate right set of permissions to those users. So if you see the pre-existing role groups which is being mapped, that is security administrator and global administrator, right? So we'll stop with this for here. The next step that we are going to do is we are going to log into our environment, and within our environment we are going to see the simulated environment on how these resources can be mapped. I have already shared the resource with you all. Let me share this link once again. From exercises perspective, if you see the first task, setting role permissions, setting role permissions. So before we start doing the actions over there, we need to go through the steps over here, what we are trying to do. So what we are doing over here is we are our Copilot capacity. That part is already being, some part of it is already being taken care, right? So while, and this is a simulated environment, so it will give you only specific areas opened up where we can go and perform those actions. So you need to have two separate windows being opened, one place where you'll open your simulated environment, and on another page you can have your instructions over here, right? As I mentioned earlier, what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to perform the same set of steps. The names, options, values, these would be restricted. So you cannot give any names, you cannot give different details here. So this is our simulated environment. I have already shared this link on the chat. You all can go through that. Right now, I don't want you all to start with this. I just want you all to go through this resource for now, because it's already 1 o'clock. So after the lunch break, once we are back, we'll go to the details. We'll perform these activities within our environment. Step by step, we have to read the instructions over here. Go to the simulated environment. What are the options? What steps you are going to perform? So exactly same things which I did within my Azure portal, right? You all will be able to perform these steps within the simulated environment. Certain things which I was not able to do, say for example, specifying the owner settings, plugin settings, all these things will be able to handle over here. Okay. So there are two tasks that we are supposed to perform. Running the first experience, what a task involved for that, and second is task 2, that is reviewing the owner settings. So everyone, take a break, let's have lunch. Once we are back, we'll go into the hands-on implementation of each of these areas. Let's assemble back by 2.
Guys, please do write your feedback form before going for a break. Please do redeem your badges. Share the link in the chat box. Please do give your feedback going for a break, and please do redeem your badges.